The 3-year-old Bay Colt, the son of the United States. Raymond Danielson gets the ride for Candace Dawson. Good to have Candace out here. And, of course, good to have Toff out here as well for number 6, Houston. We caught up with Alistair Cohen a bit earlier on, and, yeah, he seems to have made that natural improvement back at home. I was just having a good look at him in the preliminaries, and he's tightened up quite a bit from that first run. He ran 3 lengths behind Twice the Storm first time out, and there's been 2 winners from that form line, which is wonderful. Good to see that those form lines are working out. And if you watch the rerun on the 4racing.tv website, you'll see that he was a bit sluggish into stride, and he really picked up nicely towards the latter end. I think he'll know a lot more about it today, and I think he'll come out running. So number 6, Houston, may be able to put that experience to good use, and I think he'll be quite tough to beat. He's gone 22-10 in the market, so just drifting a little bit, but based on what I saw and based on the form lines, I think this is the right horse to open up proceedings today. Like I say, I spoke to a number of the trainers regarding the first-timers, and if you haven't got the various publications in front of you, you would have noticed many comments coming through. Thanks very much to all the trainers. There's been no confidence. I can't give you any confidence. All the trainers I did speak to were all of the opinion that some of them are going to be very green and might just need the run this afternoon. The 11 Mtombo Walwazi might just be one for trifectas and quartets. I like the look of this horse today. 90 days off the racetrack. I think you can put a line through that last run when running 15 lengths behind Swing Upon a Star. That first run behind Taikonauts, I think if he brings that run to the races, he'll be a big runner today, number 11, Mtombo Walwazi. I liked what I saw in the preliminaries, and Calvin Habib's really riding well at the moment. So please include that one for trifectas and quartets, but I could keep waxing lyrical about a number of these horses. It's never easy at the Vaal first time out when there's so many first-timers, and that's why I'm going to go with the experience of number 6, Houston. I really do think he's going to take a power of beating, and I think he's come on leaps and bounds from that first run. So I'm not going to keep waxing lyrical about all these horses. I think if there's one that you do need to pay attention to is number 11, Mtombo Walwazi. I think that's one for trifectas and quartets. But all my win bets and me bets are going forward in terms of the bar pot. I think I'll take my chances over here and banker this horse Houston. I am expecting him to go very close. They're just about to load up. The bar pot pool is on its way to 200, maybe just over 200. I'm waiting for that last update, but Alistair Cohen is on course with you. It's a good afternoon to the punting public, and we're looking forward to today's meeting. Up to you, Ali. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Brandon. Yep, they're starting to load up for race number 1. Quite a few handfuls in the parade ring on the way down to the start are now loading as Uncle Tiki Bird shows the way. Mtombo Walwazi getting close along with Kite Surfer and Northern King. Secret Reef. What say you? And Gimme Gorgeous. The Desert Fox is also near the stalls. In goes Gimme Gorgeous. Desert Fox is in. They're now behind Secret Reef to the King. And Benny in the area. Benny in the area has now loaded. Secret Reef. It's one of the naughty corner on the way in the parade ring, rather. Blindfold now goes on. He's not too happy, the Secret Reef. But up he comes. And nearly in he goes. He's ready now, insightful. What say you? Tombo Walwazi, US Open, and then Houston. US Open, the last one. 1,200 meters to cover, set and racing. Desert Fox didn't get away too well, neither did Insightful. Umtombo Walwazi, Kite Surfer, broke out well. Then right up there is Uncle Tiki Bird, Houston just off in the white body, joined now by Gimme Gorgeous. Towards the outside is What Say You, Insightful, the all blue colour. Secret Reef is not too far away. Towards the far side, Benny in the area, being tracked there by Desert Fox, the orange jacket and cap, Northern King and To The King. We're further back and running in US Opens, quite some way back. They head towards the final 600 metres now on Tombo Walwazi, the white cap, Uncle Tiki Bird in the middle. Then Kite Surfer, Houston's towards the outside, What Say You. Then comes Gimme Gorgeous, Benny in the area is two off the inside. Desert Fox was further back now with 400 metres left to run. Uncle Tiki Bird on Tombo Walwazi. Then comes Houston about a length down in third. What Say You was further back. Then comes Benny in the area, and Desert Fox was next towards the final 200 metres now, and Houston comes forward with Umtombo Walwazi. Then comes Uncle Tiki Bird and Desert Fox. Houston, though, has the lead over Umtombo Walwazi, and Houston now powers away. Houston the winner, second Umtombo Walwazi, third Desert Fox, and then came Uncle Tiki Bird. So Houston takes out the first on the card. Raymond Danielson and Candace Dawson team up, the son of the United States. Owned and bred by Rolfs Racing, nominee Catherine Rolfs. Well done to the team, to Lindsay, Catherine and Chris and Annie as well. And Houston will do the job from number 11, Umtombo Walwazi, who will end up in second. Nice run after a gelding from Umtombo Walwazi, but Houston does the job a length and a half. Umtombo Walwazi was second. Third, Desert Fox over Uncle Tiki Bird is what I thought. The judge will have the last say on that. That is tight for third. Then came What Say You, further back to Gimme Gorgeous, Kite Surfer, Benny in the area, US Open. Then came Insightful, Northern King, To The King. And that's pretty much the story in race number one. So the winners in the white jacket just seemed to drop it on Raymond Danielson halfway through the race. Came out nasty and then just seemed to be nowhere for a few strides, but gathered up nicely with 400 metres left to run. And Umtombo Walwazi is held in high regard by Clinton Binder, so he'll be happy with a huge step in the right direction. Desert Fox, nice run on debut for a horse that's bred over for further. There's the photo for third. The judges come through the numbers with the numbers, and I'll just confirm with them, with the judges, and be back in a few seconds to confirm that third position. Dead heat for third between 1 and 4.
But I think if you take the winner out the race, it's nothing wrong with that performance, number 15, Masava. And I think today, learning a bit more back at home and coming to the races, I think that come-on look is definitely number 15, Masava. So I think she'll be there and thereabouts. I think she'll come out running today, and I certainly believe that that's one that we need to include. And Tony did rubber stamp that, saying to me that she'll definitely be a runner today, so don't worry about that. So 15, Masava, is one that the punters can include. And then just from my side of things, if you are looking for a bit of value, and I'm quite surprised to see that this horse is blown out so badly. I just want to get the current price about the one horse over here, Tried and True. Gone about 8 to 1 in the market. I think it's in quartets. Ryan Munger, well, he had a nice day yesterday for the meeting that did exist in Quebec. I think they only got through 3 races over there until the rain opened up. But, yeah, he's riding with confidence at the moment, is Ryan. You couldn't fault Tried and True, the daughter of Crusade. I know that on exposed form, she may just have a bit to do in terms of winning. I mean, she's already had 9 starts, whereas you've got horses in behind like Queen of Smoke, who's only had 2, and various others that's only had 2. But, yeah, I like the way she moved down to the start. And if you like Queen of Smoke, Tried and True has to be factored in for trifectas and quartets. Of the first-timers, if there's one that jumped off the page for me in terms of looks, is going to be Lucky's horse. I like the way that that horse went down to the start. Number 10, Lorna Lily, the daughter of Flower Alley, is just slowly starting to drift out in the markets. I think you can get closer to 10 to 1 now. But really, a nice big filly is Lorna Lily. Still a bit green, you could see, but yeah, she does look nice, and I think this is one that punters can follow moving forward from this run. So I like the way that this one was presented today and the way she went down to the start of the first-timers. I'm just having a look at the markets. I see there's a bit of money around for Summer of Dreams, number 6 over here. Heather Adamson being the trainer. Samanga Kumalo gets the ride. Ran behind Captain Peg last time out. We know that Captain Peg looks to be a very nice horse in the making, and she probably still needs to improve. Was beaten 8 and a bit lengths on that occasion, but I watched the rerun and wasn't really making inroads. Was number 6, Summer of Dreams. I don't know if I'm prepared to go and take the 7, 8 to 1 and offer about this individual, but yeah, it's interesting to see that there is a bit of late support for number 6, Summer of Dreams. But I'm big over here on number 11, Queen of Smoke. I'm not going to try and beat around the bush. I'm going to wear my heart on my sleeve like we always do, and I'm going to go big on number 11, Queen of Smoke, to get the job done. Now shortened back up to 14 to 10. I'm sure you'll get closer to 15, 16 to 10 come race time, but this is going to be my horse when it comes to race number number 2 this afternoon. For second, I'd probably lean towards Masava, number 15. We did get the rubber stamp from Uncle Paul and obviously Tony. They of the opinion that this daughter Visionaire will be bang there today. And then I like a bit of tried and true to make those trifectas and quartets pay. But that's the running of race 2. More importantly, you need to get your place accumulator bets on. 13.25 is the off time. And I'm going to go up to Alistair Cohen. He'll start getting ready. It's not an easy race to call, especially down the Vaal Straight. But that's why we've got the one and only Alley Cat in town to make sure that the job gets done for race number 2.
Thanks very much, Brendan. Just the second bank of starting stalls being moved into position, and then they'll be called to load. Just take note in race 3, number 6, Just Eminent, is a gelding. Was gelded on the 3rd of February this year. So the opening leg of the place accumulator. And the second bank of starting stalls is not in position yet. Sounds like a thriving market down at the start. Stallgates 1 and 2 now look to be in position. But the perception of looking head on at them could be anything. Right, everything's good. Warning light flashing. Time to load. Apache Love moves into line. Mapule, Crusade's Pleasure. Karen's Legacy also walking up towards the stalls. Tanusha's Star. Summer of Dreams. Lorna Lily. Reggie's Girl, Coffee in Brazil. Next few, along with Eastern World. Princess. Reggie's Girl is now in. Coffee in Brazil. Not too many left to load here. Primrose Path, Masava, Queen of Smoke, World Heritage, they need to load up. Also Rowan's Dream and Raining Rubies. Now Raining Rubies comes up. Rowan's Dream. Looks like Queen of Smoke and World Heritage will be the last two. World Heritage now in. Queen of Smoke, the last one. All in. And away they go. Untidy start, Apache Love poorly away. Current's Legacy poorly away. Tanusha Star a little bit better off, but still 3 lengths off in the early stages. Reggie's Girl broke out well with Queen of Smoke matching. Rowan's Dream is under the outside rail. Then in the middle, Summer of Dreams, the yellow sleeves and striped cap, kept company by Lorna Lily in the orange. Raining Rubies in the navy blue colours at the inside of that group. Then comes Tried and True, followed by Eastern World and Princess Ilaria. Further back in running then we find Masava, Mapules in the black sleeves and the blue cap racing midfield. A good 8 lengths off the leader. World Heritage, Primrose Path, they're the next two. Apache Love, Crusade's Pleasure is in the red colours over towards the inside. Coffee in Brazil. World Heritage then towards the outside is Tanusha's Star and Karen's Legacy. Past the 400 metres mark, Tried and True the leader. Queen of Smoke in the middle of the course. Now starts to unwind. Further back then to Summer of Dreams and Princess Ilaria is towards the far side. Tried and True is still the leader. Princess Ilaria. Then comes Queen of Smoke. He just seems to be running in snatches. Now got a length and a half to make up. Tried and True over Queen of Smoke. Line comes. Queen of Smoke timed it right. Queen of Smoke the winner, Tried and True second, Princess Ilaria third, then came Raining Rubies in fourth. Queen of Smoke just nabs it at the end of the day. Here you would have thought, well, is she going to get there? She's just going to miss out, but Queen of Smoke arrives, trained by Stuart Pettigrew and owned by the Hollywood Syndicate nominee Anthony Delpeche. Bred of the Cirilla stud, this daughter of Gimme the Green Light. She'll just nab Tried and True right at the end. Queen of Smoke the winner by a neck. Second to Tried and True. Princess Ilaria was third. Then came number 19, Raining Rubies in fourth. Masava was next to finish. Summer of Dreams. Then came Rowan's Dream. Lorna Lily, Eastern World. They were further back with Mapule, Primrose Path, Coffee in Brazil. Winners in the Hollywood Syndicate Silks in the yellow towards the right-hand side. Took her a while to unwind. She just seemed to be running in snatches. Awkward head carriage here. Just not really putting it in. So I think when she goes a bit further and with this win and a bit of confidence under the belt, there'll be a bit more to come. Queen of Smoke just collars Tried and True right at the end to take out the first leg of the PA. Nice run from debutant 7, Princess Ilaria in third.
KwaZulu-Natal, and I know the owners have always had high thoughts, and they've thought that he would go through the grades. Good to have Kuni Straight and Peter Victor here, as well as his wife, and they are expecting this horse to get the job done today. So yeah, we haven't got much else to wax lyrical about. I think if you're taking a pick 6, you're probably going to go off and bank a number 1 Now I Got You. But remember, there are other bets on the totes. It's not only about the win and place bets. You've got that option of trifectas, exactas, which is maybe a race. This being this particular race, I think the bet that maybe we need to angle towards is the exacta. You might find it paying R2 on the tote, and you've now turned a 1 to 5 shot into an even money shot. So yeah, let's have a look at it quickly. The 2 Battleground looks to be your second favorite at 8 to 1 in the markets, and if the first timers, well, we didn't get too much confidence regarding the first timers, so let's chat about number 2 quickly, about Battleground. The son of Futura jumped in the markets at about 10 to 1 on debut, and I remember watching the race. I thought it was a cracker. He came from almost last, in fact last if you go and watch the rerun, and he was slowly starting to pick up. He was under pressure the first part of the race, and he just looks to be one of those horses that really needed the run first time out. You can see he moved down to the start nicely, the number 2 Battleground, and being a smaller field and not as competitive, I think he'll be in the race today, and he'll probably be doing his best work at the finish, the 3-year-old son of Futura. So he does look to be the immediate danger to Now I Got You, and I'm sure their connections are expecting him to be right there behind Now I Got You this afternoon. So yeah, Battleground is probably the favourite exact on the totalizator. And there's not much I can say about the 4 Captain Throne, even though he is showing signs of improvement. I'm just having a look, 45 to 1 in the market about number 4 Captain Throne. He's obviously getting better with racing. He ran 11 lengths behind on debut, so he does have ground to make up on Battleground with that form line behind without equal. But he ran only 7 lengths behind Never Too Clever next time out in a bigger field, and I think the smaller field will be up his alley as well. So 4 Captain Throne is probably a horse that we need to watch for further improvement this afternoon. If there was one horse that really jumped off the page in terms of going down to the start, and maybe my producer can show us, is number 7 King of Rome. He's a lovely big son of Twice Over, and I thought he was the pick of the canter pass, to be quite honest with you. He ran 9 and a bit lengths behind that very impressive horse I Am Giant, who I think we'll be seeing a lot throughout our season, maybe even the Cape season. I wonder what the plans are with him. But yeah, 7 King of Rome, you can see over here just having a look-see, but once he gets into stride with Cabello Matsanyana, I thought he was floating. He throws those legs out. He's got his head in his chest, and I think he'll come on leaps and bounds from that first run. So 7, King of Rome, for me was the eye-catcher when they made their way down to the start. There you can see that's absolutely beautiful to watch, and thanks very much to Sean and the team behind the scenes to showing us number 7, King of Rome. So yeah, at about 33 to 1 in the market, I wouldn't be shocked if he showed that improvement and really ran a better race this afternoon. They're loading up though. It's all about Now I Got You, who's gone 1 to 6 in the market, and I'm sure many people have taken the stance to bank her in the first leg of the pick 6.
Loading up race 3, thank you, Brandon. Bronze Sword is up, King of Rome. Just Eminent, Captain Throne. Battleground and Now I Got You, the last 2 to load. Just Eminence is up. Up comes Battleground. Now I Got You, the last one. Down the Vaal mile straight. And they sent on their way. They got away to a fair beginning as they now look for position. Now I Got You, got a clean break, Just Eminent up the inside, keeping tabs. Then comes Battleground, the blue with the white square, racing just off them. King of Rome at the outside of that group, Bronze Sword races with Captain Throne. And those two at the end of the field, but only about 5 lengths cover them past the 1300 metres mark, and the leader is Now I Got You. Just over racing by a length and a half, Just Eminence is second, then King of Rome up the outside, Battleground latching on to the favourite, racing only 2 lengths behind. Then comes Bronze Sword, the hoop sleeves and the yellow cap with Captain Throne racing at the end of the field, still only about 5 lengths cover them past the 1000 metres mark. Now I Got You, still the one in front with King of Rome at the outside, now racing in second, Just Eminent drops into third. Battleground is keeping a lid on things. It's directly behind the leader. Then comes Bronze Sword and Captain Throne. They're still the last 2. They're still being sat on towards the final 600 metres. Now I Got You. Still the leader, still got it by a length. Battleground, King of Rome, Just Eminent, race and share second. Then comes Bronze Sword, Captain Throne still at the end of the field, but towards the final 400 metres they go. And Now I Got You just got asked for a little bit more rain. Battleground though on the chase. King of Rome is towards the outside. Captain Throne is out in fourth. Now I Got You still the leader, but Battleground is going to press the whole way over the final 250. Then comes King of Rome and then Captain Throne, but 150 left to go. And Now I Got You shakes off Battleground. Third place is King of Rome. Here's Now I Got You. He will deliver. Now I Got You wins. Battleground second. King of Rome was third. Then came Bronze Sword. So Now I Got You, maiden rated 105. The last maiden that I can remember rated more than 100 was Flying Carpet after a cracking run in the Ready to Run stakes behind War of Athena. Might have been in front of War of Athena, but behind MK's Pride. And Now I Got You with Group 1 form. It's tough to win a Vaal mile straight, and Now I Got You wins. Gavin Larena on board for Corey Lindsay. Well done to Connie Straden, Peter Victor and Mrs. Victor, bred at the Birch Brothers, the son of Admiral Kitten. Second to Battleground, wins soon. Third to number 7, King of Rome, and then came 3, Bronze Sword. They were ahead of Captain Throne and Just Eminent. So the winner led the whole way. It's so hard to make the pace over 1600 metres down the straight because you can over-race. You don't want to go too hard, and Now I Got You had all that against him, but he was still able to deliver. Battleground didn't let him loose, but Now I Got You just had a little bit more awareness, a little bit more experience, and obviously the fact that he was hard on having had those runs at Hollywood Bet Scottsville and Hollywood Bet Greyville at Group 1 level, and also in an incentive race where he started red-odd favourite on Hollywood Bet's Durban July Day. Today he gets the maiden out of the way, and now there's a career to plan.
Green light ranges at 11-2, and it's 10-1 in better bar those. What I am going to do is probably hand up to Alistair, because I know we've got a rerun lined up, so perhaps we can go and have a look at the rerun momentarily before we go and link up with Alistair Cohn and get the inputs of what he thinks for race number 4. We did get the confidence from Corey Lensley about a colourful pass, so let's go and have a look at that replay of a colourful pass, and then we'll be back with our thoughts, myself and Alistair. He's locked onto that one's hindquarters. On the guest list has gone out the back door, and Rarotonga Rose needs to get past them all. Tulip Tree now quickens up and hits the front. Rarotonga Rose, a colourful pass, and Light of Day's running a cracker on the inside. Tulip Tree, Light of Day, Rarotonga Rose, a colourful pass. Kitty Corner out back, but Tulip Tree got to the front under Raymond Danielson. Light of Day in second. Tulip Tree just got the margin. Light of Day starting to pick up, and Light of Day. Dynamite comes in small packages. That was a top ride, Muzi Yeni. Tulip Tree in second. All right, so Ali Cat is on the airwaves with us and is doing a fine job in the commentary box as always. And Ali, it does look to be a race where Corey Lensley seems to be the part over here. We did get the confidence about a colourful pass. Obviously, Green Light Ranger being a first-timer, you touched on it. Never easy up the long Vaal straight over 1600.
Yeah, it's, with all due respect, a particularly weak race. A colourful pass does bring the right credentials. I mean, even though that race that we looked at, Light of Day scraped in from Tulip Tree came out and franked the form, I think that race is far stronger than what a colourful pass faces today. So I think she's a right one, and you know, the fact that she's obviously based here at the Vaal, I think might also have a little bit in her favour. You know, the first timer from the Lensley stable as well, number 5, Green Light Ranger, I actually thought looked quite well in the parade. And she's not the biggest, but she'll certainly fill out a little bit as time goes on, but she certainly didn't look too bad. But yeah, I think number 1, a colourful pass, looked like the best bet on the card. I know that 3 hotties have run and arrived so far, so hoping he'll complete the set.
So I just want to chat to you about how you see the race mapping out. Alistair, we saw in the previous race, as you heard from Gavin Larina, he didn't want any troublesome moments in the race with Now I Got You. Do you see him riding a positive ratio on a colourful pass?
He'll probably have to, because I don't think you want to be latching onto a horse that's probably going to fall back onto you halfway through the race. You always run into the danger of perhaps over racing, much like Now I Got You did half an hour ago. But all in all, you know, Gavin was able to contain Now I Got You and save a burst for the end. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Gavin do exactly the same thing. You know, he's drawn towards the outside, so you'll probably find a few horses try and get into the mix with a colourful pass in the early stages. But she seems fairly versatile. She came from off them last time out, but she's been able to race from handy and still hold her form. To me, I actually think her best run was probably the run just over 3 lengths behind Give Me a Shot. Give Me a Shot's clearly above average from the Yazzie stable. So, and there she was placed a bit handier than another start. So she'll have to have a really, really bad day to get beaten here.
And we know that there's obviously other options on the totalised say. It's not only about the win and place, because you're not going to get wealthy backing a colourful pass on the nose on the toto via Ali. So what are we sort of a guide? Obviously they can make their final choices once they get to the window, but is there any horse that in particular maybe we can take an exacta with?
Swingers with number 9, Countess of Peace. She must be any price. I like her going over extra distance, where mowing obviously gets them to do better when they go a trip. I know she ran last on debut, but I think there's obviously not much opposition here, bar number 1, Colourful Pass, and the unknown of the first timer. And I think regardless going a mile, I think she would improve. So I'm going Swingers 1 and 9.
Beautiful stuff. We'll leave Ali Katz over there as he starts to get ready to warm up those vocal cords. It looks to be an interesting race on paper. A colourful past is firm in the market at 6-10. Green Light Ranger's gone 6-1. The stable companion 8-1 and better bar those. We've run out of time. Jackpot pools on 145,000 rand. Let's go up to Alistair. He'll take you through the last bit of race number 4.
Thanks, Brandon. Warning light is on. They're working with Kung Fu Lightning at the moment. She's currently sideways, but edging towards the stalls. Colourful Past has been led forward, along with Green Light Ranger, Countess Danza as well. So Kung Fu Lightning is in. Colourful Past is set, Green Light Ranger. Gone to fetch Countess Danza, Mohon Kalin. Countess of Peace. Mohon Kalin. Translates to good girl, I believe. Elusive Madam. Streets Ahead. Countess Danza, who's been near the stalls for a while, will complete the lineup. All in, racing. Streets Ahead, a little bit scratchy off the mark. Kung Fu Lightning broke out well. The black sleeves and the check cap. Green Light Ranger at its outside is second. Extreme outside, Mohon Colleen all by itself, sticks to her stations and not racing too far away. Countess Danza was next best, and then comes Countess of Peace, the white sleeves and the red cap. A colourful pass, got a few to follow, not really settled though. Elusive Madam is with her. Then comes Streets Ahead as they head down towards the final 1,000 metres, and Mohon Colleen all by herself. Towards the outside is the leader. Green Light Ranger, blue sleeves, brown cap is second. Then comes Countess of Peace towards the far side. Kung Fu Lightning not too far away, also racing up the middle of the course. Countess Danza. Then comes a colourful pass, the blue with the yellow spots, racing about 5 lengths off the leader. Streets Ahead, Elusive Madam are the last two towards the final 600 metres, and Mohon Colleen is the one that goes quickest, has the lead by 2 lengths. Second place is Green Light Ranger. Then comes Countess of Peace racing away in third. Elusive Madam made a bit of ground, so too Streets Ahead. They followed by Kung Fu Lightning. A colourful pass, still being kept quiet, still racing about 5 lengths off the leader, but still confidently ridden as they head down towards the final 400 metres. Mohon Colleen is in front. Green Light Ranger second. A colourful pass being delivered towards the outside of runners and moving forward with a bit of purpose. Then comes Countess Danza. They followed by Countess of Peace as they now reach the final 200 metres, and it's Green Light Ranger with a colourful pass at the outside, and Countess Danza, here's a colourful pass being delivered, getting the upper hand, and a colourful pass is won. Second goes the way of Countess Danza. Then came Green Light Ranger and Mohon Colleen. That was hard work of all the favourites. That was probably the hardest work. I know Queen of Smoke didn't look like a winner until the final few strides, but it was grasping for air over the final 200 metres here for supporters of a colourful pass, but she'll win. Gavin Lorena on board for Corey Lensley to complete a double for Gavin and Corey. This daughter of William Longsaw, bred by Patricia Devine Investments, owned by Kuni Stradum, Mr. Graham Palmer, Peter Victor, Mrs. Palmer and Mrs. Victor wins. Second, Countess Danza. Third, 5, Green Light Ranger. And then came Mohon Colleen in fourth.
Going down to the start, you're probably a little bit hesitant because Muzieni had to get a bit busy trying to get Matisse down to the start, and Sean will show us some footage of him making his way down to the post. There you can see, for one or two strides, for whatever reason it may have been, he cocks his head to the right, and yeah, he's going to run towards this rail any moment now. You'll see Muzi has to get a little bit vigorous in the irons just to try and straighten him up. He's clearly having a look at something, and yeah, don't worry too much about him. He wasn't sweating, I think just more playful than anything, and he looks to be a smart horse. There you can see the footage coming through, and a big thank you to the Four Racing team again for the wonderful footage that's coming through. You can see any moment now Muzi's going to have to shake him up and just say, come on boy, we had to race today, straighten up, stop having a look at everything, and we need to focus. But he's only had 2 runs. That's what's key over here. He's unexposed on form. Obviously, his first win was super impressive. The talk was around, the money was down. He won by 4 lengths, beating Lemmy Go. I put this all straight into the black book and said, when he runs again, I'll have another good bet. He was put away for quite some time. He came back on the 16th of July, ran 3rd behind Tuscan Winter. Replay, you can see he was still so green on the inside track. He just didn't corner. He was all over the show, and I think he'll be more at home over here over the 1200 down the straight. So yeah, I do like Matisse today. I think he would have come on leaps and bounds from that last run, and you can see he's tightened up. I mean, I was at the course that day when he ran behind Tuscan Winter, and he still looked to be carrying some sort of pudding, and today you can see he's done the work back at home, and I really think that a big run is forthcoming. And I think it's great to have Brittany at the course as well. I know that she's been very busy of late. I caught up with with her, and she's been so busy. Obviously, she's big into her music, and she's been doing a bit of traveling to the States, and she'll make it big time in the music industry. So good to see that she's made her way here. The horse runs in her silks, and I know that her father's here as well, Lyle. So all the best to them. I think Matisse a big runner, even though drifting quite badly, gone 5-2. I think this is the horse they're going to have to fetch the last bit. Danger for me is Burning Wings. I like Burning Wings. He was the first horse that caught my eye as he walked into the parade ring and made his way down to the start. Another horse that's done his work back at home. You would have noticed that he's been clipped, shaved, and yeah, he's done the work back at home. We'll try and get footage of him going down to the start as well. Number 4, Burning Wings, should be up on your screen shortly. There you can see, magnificent. Really moved down to the start nicely. You can see that they're trying to get rid of that winter coat as it starts to get warmer here in Johannesburg. And last time out, I called the race behind Roll with the Punches. He didn't have the rub of the green. That I can promise you. The last 400 meters, he was climbing over them towards the inside rail and eventually got out of a pocket, and it was just all too late. We know that Roll with the Punches, stable companion, is a very nice horse from the Roy Magna yard, and I think they've got some big things lined up for Roll with the Punches, who looks to be a nice sprinter in the making. But yeah, Burning Wings, I think today, being a small field, hopefully there's no traffic problems. He'll be right there when the whips are cracking. I like this horse. I can't believe that he's gone out 6-1. I'm absolutely shocked. I think 6-1 is a massive price about number 4, Burning Wings, so please include him. As for the balance, Twice as Splendid, well, we did speak to Gavin Larena a bit earlier on, and he was looking forward to riding this 4-year-old son of Twice Over. He's done nothing wrong in his career. I think he's more of a sprinter than a stayer, in my honest opinion. A good second last time out behind Big Eyed Girl, and yeah, if he put in the race today, that I can tell you. I think Twice as Splendid has been heavily packed, now 14-10. There's been big money on this horse in shot. Just take note of that. So take note of the money on Twice as Splendid as they start loading up. But I'm going to go Matisse to beat Burning Wings, and then only Twice as Splendid. So start loading up for one of the most interesting races on the program. Here's Alistair Cohen to bring them back from the 1200.
Thank you, Brandon. They have indeed been called to load. Matisse and Vegas High Rise both moving up. King's Road is set. Burning Wings, Twice as Splendid, and Sullenberger. Burning Wings now moving up. Twice as Splendid, Captain Hindsight. Racing. Bit of an awkward start. Burning Wings not that well away. Vegas High Rise took a bump, and Matisse races towards the end early on. Captain Hindsight broke out well. Twice as Splendid towards the inside as second. Sullenberger, blue sleeves and cap racing with King's Road. King's Road just edges ahead of Sullenberger. Then comes Matisse, the white jacket and pink cap, about 3 lengths adrift. Burning Wings 2 off the outside, and Vegas High Rise nearest us past the 800 meters mark. And King's Road picked up things and went on by to take the lead by a length. Second place is Captain Hindsight, Matisse just off them. Then Burning Wings, Vegas High Rise towards the outside. Twice as Splendid been asked for an effort, but only 3 to 4 lengths off the leader. Sullenberger is last at the 400 meters mark. It's King's Road over in second place. At that one's inside Matisse. Then comes Twice as Splendid, Captain Hindsight, Burning Wings, and also Vegas High Rise. Lots to play for at the 300 meters board. Vegas High Rise towards the outside, finishing strongly. Twice as Splendid inside. Matisse a length and a half down. King's Road didn't find much. Twice as Splendid up the inside. Nearest us, Vegas High Rise. 2 of them locked together. Vegas High Rise won. Twice as Splendid or Matisse for second, got close, and then came Captain Hindsight. Vegas High Rise is the winner of race 6. Rachel Veneker on board for Paul Peter, owned by the Harperpaint Syndicate. Nominee Johnny Peter and the son of Vercingetorix, bred by the Birch Brothers. Second win for Birch Brothers today, and another one for Vercingetorix today. Now a 3-time winner from 10 starts. Put it all together in the end at Vegas High Rise. Is it a Peter 1-2? It might be. I think it is. Matisse looks like it's run second over Twice as Splendid in third. Then came Captain Hindsight, who ran fourth. King's Road, Burning Wings, and they were ahead of Sullenberger.
You can't fault the way she went down to the start. Nice and quiet, that's her. She goes down like that and she'll be right up there when the whips are cracking. So just take note, this is probably one of the most gambled horses at the Vaal the entire afternoon. They've backed this horse off the boards, Benguela Cove, 11 to 10, just about to go even money on the fixed odds front. However, I think a big trainer, Calvin Abib, now gets the ride. We know that JP Fundamental is not riding it today. Quite decent. That's my honest opinion. You'll see when she goes down to the start, she just goes down in her own time, and she's come back from a bit of a break, 122 days off the racetrack, and I was just chatting to the winning connections a bit earlier on, and obviously Corey Lensley, a big thank you to him for all his transparency. Apparently the break has done her the world of good. Now she's a very quick filly. She's probably the quickest filly in this lineup. She's lightning fast. With a penetrometer reading at 20, she's probably going to go off and catch me if you can at the 400. Calvin Abib certainly knows her by now. He rode her last time on the 30th of April in the feature, and I do believe that today she gets the conditions to suit. So I am expecting her to be right there showtime. I think 5 to 1 does represent some value, and she looks well behind the gate. She's lightning fast, which I think is going to work in her favor. If she doesn't need the run, that's the only concern. That last 150 meters, that break might just take the toll on showtime, but yeah, she'll be right up there for a long way. My second selection will be the heavily supported Benguela Cove, who's just gone 8.5 to 10. So the money hasn't stopped. I actually haven't seen money on a horse like this for a very long time. 8.5 to 10, 9 to 10 in that region, Benguela Cove. They've really poured the money on. Like I said, she's done nothing wrong in her career. Gavin Arena's already had 2 winners this afternoon, and she's been super consistent, so she'll be a big run. And then Queen of Gaul needs to be included as well. There's lots of pace in this race, but I haven't seen money on a horse like Benguela Cove for a long time. Let's go up to Ali Cat Cohen. He'll bring them back from the 1,000 meter marker.
Thanks, Brandon. Just 2 to load. Above the World, Wings of Nike, the last 2. Maiden Above the World. We'll wait for Wings of Nike to step forward. And up she comes. Above the world, the last one. 1,000 meters. Ready now, sprinting away. Not a bad start, clean living, broke out cleanly. Matched by Above the World off a lightweight right there. Queen of Gaul, blue sleeves and cap. Then comes Benguela Cove over towards the inside. Showtime is nearest us. Wings of Nike. It's one of the back markers, but only racing about 3 lengths off the leader as they speed down towards the 600 meters mark. Above the World in front narrowly. Second place, Clean Living. Then comes Queen of Gaul, Showtime, Benguela Cove up the far side and touching distance. Wings of Nike got it all to do with the 400 meters mark. It's Above the World in the lead. Showtime got a lot closer. Then comes Queen of Gaul. Benguela Cove on the inside is banging the race as well. Queen Living next. Above the World still shows the way. Showtime at the outside. Benguela Cove, Queen of Gaul. Wings of Nike is finding her feet right at the end of the day, but Above the World has been in front from the start. Wings of Nike charging up the outside. Wings of Nike want it going away at any old price. Above the World second, Showtime third. Then came Benguela Cove. Where on earth did that come from? Wings of Nike was the worst weighted horse in the race. At the 400 meters mark, she was nowhere. But Rachel Venecup has produced an unbelievable finish from number 7, Wings of Nike, the daughter of Vaal, trained by Shaylin Nadu, bred by Avonshire Thoroughbred Farm and owned by Stinky Pooey. Wings of Nike won it going away. Above the World second. If you won this exacta, you're on your own. Showtime was third, then came Benguela Cove, Queen of Gaul, and a long way back to Clean Living. Wings of Nike will win. Race number 7 on the card, 2-time winner from 12 starts, had not been sighted for a while. Had 1 start with Shaylin Nadu, which was better. But she's taken on some up-and-comers here, and she's certainly showed that she's up to the task.
3, Cabinet Shuffle. Paul Peter, they've already had a winner today. They've got number 2, Cabinet Shuffle here. The Silks of Suzette and Barsi Viljoen. Muzi Yeni gets the ride, and he'll probably be in contention. I called his last race behind Midnight Badger. A stable companion beat him on that occasion, but he was closing in rapidly late. And I think based on that run, the 1400 is probably what he's been looking for. He did shoulder 61 kilos on that occasion, but I think today, Muzi will probably have him there and thereabouts, and 400 from home will try and get on his bicycle, because he has also got a nice stride, Cabinet Shuffle, and I think he's been crying for the 1400 down the Vaal straight. So that'll be my second selection at about 4-1 in the market. Let's have a look at the rest of the field. I'm quite shocked at Elusive Swan. I know it's not quite the right trip for him, but 11-12-1 about Elusive Swan must represent a lot of value. I did speak to Randall Simons a bit earlier on, and he was of the opinion that the 1400 is a little bit sharp for this individual. He's also got a devastating turn of foot. He'll be stalking them, he'll be just in behind them, and if they're going a good tempo up in front, he'll be running home best of all. So Elusive Swan, also nothing wrong with the way he went down to the start, and thanks again to the 4 Racing team for showing us the slow motion replay of these horses moving down. So there's Elusive Swan going down, and yeah, if it was a mile, I'd be super confident, but I'm just concerned that he's going to be run off his feet in the early parts, and he'll be getting going when the race is all but over. So yeah, let's see what happens. I still think he's a horse for quartets, so please do not lead him out of your swingers, your trifectas, your quartets, maybe even exactas. He'll definitely be hitting the post hard late in the day, with Randall booting home a winner a bit earlier on. And after that, well then, Sound of Hounds must have some sort of a chance. He's got some good form. Very nice third behind Admiral Dooley, number 5, Sound of Hounds. Gavin's had 2 winners throughout the afternoon, and he would have watched the replay last time on the 16th of August, and he probably try something a bit different today. He's always struck me as that sort of a horse that needs to be right up there, and late in the day he can also turn it on. I think it was his very first race. I was presenting here at the Vaal when Sound of Hounds, he couldn't win at the 200, and how he got up was just mind-blowing. So yeah, he's got to be half decent, Sound of Hounds, and he's got to have a chance over here. But I'm not going to waste your time. What I am going to do is go rush off to the totes, get out of it. We're going to back Spin Doctor at about 6-1. Big thank you to Alistair Cohn. He's done a wonderful job through the afternoon as they start loading up.
Thanks very much, Brandon. Yeah, rushed racing tomorrow is at Hollywood Bets Greyville, racing on Thursday, which is Spring Day. The Turfentine doubleheader on Friday of Fairview and Hollywood Bets Greyville. Feature racing at Turfentine on Saturday with the Spring Spree Stakes. Scottsville, Hollywood Bets Scottsville on Sunday. Monday, Hollywood Bets Greyville back here on Tuesday the 6th of September. Also not forgetting the Sean Terry Fast Track sale on the 23rd of September. More details will follow in the coming days, but there'll be some exciting opportunities to report on. Whirly completes the lineup. Racing, and they got away to a neat start. Let's Do It, Cabinet Shuffle, first 2 to break with Wakas, the black sleeves and the yellow cap, free striding right up among the leaders. Whirly races to the outside, the Sound of Hounds, who's racing with nobody at the moment. Then comes the BC following Whirly. Elusive Swan is off them. Full House, one of the back markers at the 1,000 metres mark they are. Wakas in front, works his way to the lead and led it by a length and a half. Let's Do It a second. Then comes Cabinet Shuffle towards the outside. Whirly, bang there. Sound of Hounds found no cover. They followed further back in running by Spin Doctor. That's in the lighter blue silks and 4 lengths off the leader. Elusive Swan was next. BC. Full House will need to pick it up towards the final 600 metres they go. Wakas is the one in front. Let's Do It inside rail second. Cabinet Shuffle just off the pace. Spin Doctor. Then comes Sound of Hounds. Whirly extreme outside. BC. Then came Elusive Swan. Full House can't win past the 400. Wakas still the leader. Cabinet Shuffle is second. Then comes Sound of Hounds. They followed further back by Whirly. Let's Do It inside rail. Tries to come back at them. 200 metres left to run. At Cabinet Shuffle's the one in front. Wakas forced to battle back. Sound of Hounds. Let's Do It. Cabinet Shuffle fighting hard. Wakas battling back up the inside. Cabinet Shuffle though with the advantage. Cabinet Shuffle 1. Wakas second. Third could go to any one of 4. Sound of Hounds, BC, then Elusive Swan, all Whirly. Cabinet Shuffle arrives in the final race. Muzi Yeni on board for Paul Peter in the colours of Suzette Viljoen, bred by Vilkeborstrift and Maritz Fontaine, the son of Ideal World, number 3-time winner from 13 starts, been a string of seconds. This win could be the catalyst for more. Wakas ran second. He's always a proposition down the Vaal straight. Cabinet Shuffle has won it. Career earnings past 200,000. Second, 7 were cast. Third, well, good luck to the judge. Ebisi, I'll give third. Fourth, though, Whirly Whirly or Sound of Hounds or Elusive Swan. Winners in the pink sleeves with the diamond cap. Cabinet Shuffle sat just off the pace. Wakas was brave in defeat. Sound of Hounds I thought was a bit luckless. He might be one horse to take out of this, funny enough. Spin Doctor wasn't really a factor. Elusive Swan ran over the wrong trip. 2785. 2785 and 1. The numbers for the 8th and last. And that's a wrap from the Vaal. We'll chat again on Thursday. I think Cloud's calling on Thursday. I'll be downstairs. Don't know if I'm looking forward to that or not. I'll tell you after the last on Thursday. Till next time, from all of us here at the Vaal, from Brandon and good night.